Good morning. Oh, what to do today? I think I'm gonna just try to knock out some of these, like, bigger things. Some of these bigger ones that are just kind of grunt work. Like, this needs done. I don't think this will be that bad. Hi, Ninja. Good morning. I don't think that one will be too bad. How'd that go? And I don't think these ones will be bad either. I was actually thinking about these two in the shower and how I need to make them work. I really just need to add another game state. Or make the buttons do something slightly different. Well, now I doubt that. I could see you losing data if you don't back things up. I'm staying at Windows 10 for that reason. Well, that, and I need a board with a TPM chip, and I'm just not willing to go through the workarounds. Where is the thrones? The first angel we implemented. What's the problem with secure boot? Okay. Ooh. Yeah, no. Not usually. Like, you generally have to wipe it for that. At least in my experience, I always have. And even then, like, it doesn't always work through the installation software. Like, I've had cases where I had to launch a command prompt and run disk part to wipe my main drive just to install Windows again and do a reformat. Then you might be able to do the conversion, but you won't be able to do it through a graphical utility. Let's see if I remember how to do this. Yeah. So you should be able to use this utility to be able to do it. No. You should be able to do it through disk part. You just have to do it through a command prompt. You'll have to figure out which disk it is. So you can see mine are all GPT. But you'll have to figure out which one your C drive is. That can be a bit of a pain in the ass. But then you can use this tool to do everything if you type. Full screen this. Yeah, it's actually be easier to see it in the center. You can change everything. You can assign drive letters, all of it. That tool has been around since the 90s, and it still works great. It can take a long time to, like, do a format with it, depending on how many passes you do. I had to format two 7 terabyte drives once using it, and it took me, I think, 28 hours for the full wipe. But it worked, and I was able to reinstall Windows. System reserved is usually just a backup of your OS. Or something else, it depends. System reserved can actually be a few things. Before I started programming, I did hardware stuff. I worked on Desktops, laptops, phones, everything. I did micro soldering engineering too. I repaired circuit boards under a microscope. It was a lot of fun. Way back when. And then let's pull up Entity over here. So we have can attack instead of can shoot. Oh, it's less than there you go. Okay, so that's handled already. I mean, there's nothing that a professional is going to do that you can't figure out on your own. But like personally, the lack of security updates don't really scare me that much. If someone wants in, they're going to get in. And I think it was at least a year before Windows XP started having major malware released for it, and even then it really wasn't that bad until that NSA leak years ago. And even that even affected Windows 10. I mean, your operating system, no matter what, has a backdoor for somebody. So let's see, what's using time entity? Anyway, finish math round, Icar for Q free. Okay. This will still need done. But okay, so that has the attack timer. Probably something hanging it in the OS then. If it wasn't before and it just is now. Good luck. All right. What would be another timed enemy? Seraphim? Seraphim do this. And here we're not even overriding despawn. We should, but we're not. All right. Toggle move. Okay, that's a special case. This is unnecessary. That'll still be needed. This will be a shoot timer, but the attack timer. That will need to happen. In entity, what are we doing ready? We grab our state machine. Ah, shit. Is this not using a state machine yet? It's not. Easy fix. Glad it worked. Am I grabbing the wrong thing here? There we go. Don't know why that wouldn't happen. We need to add the movement state to this. Nice. Glad it works. The throne sheet, the animation setting, animation player. Those are animation settings. And the entity. That'll be that. This needs renamed to like thrones. We need animation settings, which I think is it just means I need to add another node. Animation settings. I think this one will operate off of the basic animation settings. Yep. Also means I need to make sure that these are all named right. They have death, idle. We need an attack animation, technically. Okay, so these just need shifted back. And how long is this? 0.875. Okay. Just that I'm glad it worked. That was the only response I gave. Okay, so it has an attack animation now. That's good because that's required. None of these are necessary. Let's open the Seraphim. Yeah, so we do attack timer. that, and then that, and that. I'm refactoring this class to use the timed entity. Timed enemy. Okay. Not needed. None of these are needed. That's not needed. Those might be needed. That's not needed. That line's not needed. These two aren't needed. Well, I do need to start it. So attack timer dot start. We do need to keep track of this still, because when the animation's finished playing, we should try and free it. We could try and despawn, because we don't call despawn on our own. So that's a thing I'll have to do. That's not too bad. That shouldn't be too bad though. That's not needed. These are needed. Don't think technically this is needed, because we'll have an idle state that it'll just start at. And this isn't needed. Yeah, so base.ready. Base._ready. I don't name these functions. Godot names these functions. And then this will be attack timer. Start and attack timer, or dot stop and dot start. On screen. Stop and shoot. Okay, yeah. So this is just checking that we are on screen. Thanks for the raid. That should be attack timer. That should also be attack timer. Hey, thanks. Got shoots done, that's fine. Do we ever set can shoot to false? We do when we remove health. That's gonna be that's gonna be an override. Can I override this? I don't remember if I set this up to be overridden or not. Let me see what the original does. Hit points less than or equal to 0 that is true. Move that. And we just process states again. The death state will play this. We need to make sure can shoot gets set to false. And that needs removed. So those are fine. We can just get rid of those lines and do base dot remove health. There. Kind of a tower defense style game. I should be able to start it as long as I actually technically hold on 1 second. Oh, should be able to start it as long as I remove these guys from the enemy spawner. There we go. Let's see if this starts without error. Hi, Vex. Yeah. So kind of this almost Plants vs. Zombie style game. All of the art is being redone. Thanks for the follow. We have an artist who is amazing. This is all programmer art that I did, but it's good enough for now. And I need to make this... I need to spawn more things, or I'm going to die. Set up a debug console last night on stream. All things considered, the animation turned out really smooth. And I fixed a big bug with these guys last night where they were targeting themselves. After all the enemies were gone, they'd start targeting themselves instead of moving on to the crypt. But yeah, kind of a tower defense style game with a little more action to it. And today I'm working on getting one of the enemies recoded to use the state machine system that we built like 3 or 4 weeks ago. But yeah, that's your general gameplay loop. You do a wave, you go in here, you can change out your card, you can buy new cards. There are tons more cards planned to add. These are just for the spells. And there are 3 card types. As far as count goes, I think we're somewhere around 30 or 40 right now, open to suggestions too, for spells or traps. One of the cooler ones that girlfriend actually had the idea for was this, where it does damage to everything, including your entities, a small amount, but then would dig up some graves for you and add to your count down here. This is your currency you're using to buy cards. That's the general health of your crypt. Like I said, all the art needs to be redone. The UI will be redone. But I needed to get something set up, so this is where we're at. And balancing. Nothing is as powerful as it should be, and everything else is more powerful than it should be. The shaders are pretty finalized, though, so that's nice at least. And a lot of the lighting works. One of the things I need to do as far as lighting goes is... Godot has a hard limit for 15 lights affecting an object at a given time. And because this map is one large image, the map is considered one node. And whenever there are too many lights or entities on screen, suddenly the glow that you're seeing around them goes away. It shouldn't be that hard to fix. I just need to split the map up into like a tile map, and then I'll be fine. Everything will be separate, and they won't flash anymore. But yeah, that can be kind of annoying. Or I just chunk it into like 16 pieces, and then it's unlikely to happen. But it still could at that point. But yeah, so today's redoing this guy. This was the very first angel we coded. And everything was coded ad hoc. So I need to go through and fix that. Now that there are actual systems in place. I guess technically I could just leave it alone and it'd be fine. I think there's an attack state. Make sure on the Seraphim we're actually doing that. Yeah, okay, so this just uses the idle death and attack. On this one, it just selects an idle point on screen. This guy doesn't. This guy actually does move towards stuff. There's an argument to be made there as to whether or not it should do that, but and animation settings. Okay. That should do that. And now let's go into the script. That's fine. Can shoot is false. Hit points is 0. And then we'll call try free. And then down here, instead of this, we'll do base.despawn. Despawn doesn't get called outside of the animation player for anything else. This guy's a special case. Whenever all the bullets get despawned, or the bolts get despawned, it should then despawn. Because we don't want bolts to just disappear out of nowhere. And this kind of fixes that problem. Attack timer.stop. Shoot, bolt despawn, try free. If is dead. See if there's anywhere else that we can do that. Nope. Let's see if we're using can free anywhere. Death, can free is true. Yeah. Okay, so we're using that animation player. I think that's everything. For this guy? I think that's all that has to be done. Let's see. Should know pretty fast, because it should be all that spawns. And before we start, I'll go ahead and set the bones to like 10,000. That way we can fight back. And if that works, then we'll get started on some other stuff. I heard a notification from somewhere. That's a glitch I need to figure out too. It doesn't happen often, but every now and again it won't play the animation for these guys. Okay, we're getting errors. Yeah. Entity, set target. Ooh. Yeah, that makes sense. Animation player, target types. Targets the player and then the crypt. And it doesn't have an offset. I guess we'll add like a node 2D for the offset. Offset's required. I could make it not, but this is fine. Do that, and then we'll just shift this guy up on the Y. Or down, I guess, technically, but up. Oh, do you want me to remove the Twitch logo? I don't know, Felicia. Should respond to that, but I will in a second. Gotta drop the offset in on that. These guys are fine, right? Got everything you need. Nope. Move needs the animation settings still. And then you maintain the speed, don't you? Okay. Now let's see. The attack cooldown min and max don't really do anything on these guys. Hey, cool. They're on screen. Now let's see if they actually fire. Okay, good. And they died. And cool, it did the thing. And we didn't get errors. Yay, it works. Awesome, cool. That took less time than I expected. So let's move on to, I guess we'll move on to the spell states. That's on here twice. We'll go ahead and we'll add the states, and then we need to make the cards work. So that shouldn't be too bad. Let's go to here and close these because we don't need them open anymore. We'll go to game states. Spell and trap. All right. We need trying to think how this will best look on screen. We're going to split this into an into a state machine. So we'll use a switch statement. We'll do gamemaster.instance.gamestate. Do a case. And now superimpose some footage of yourself. GameState.game. Do that. And then we need GameStates.spell. And we'll need GameStates.trap here in a second too. Forgot a colon. Okay, so for these two, they should probably GameMaster.GameState or .instance.GameState is equal to GameStates.game. Then they should do summon button dot instance dot on pressed and get tree dot paused is equal to true. And I think that's unnecessary actually. And these are both going to do this. This is just letting us cancel out of placing the trap or casting the spell if we didn't mean to click on it. That's good, that's good. Now we need... We'll go into the cards. And then down here. On summon press, case for game state, we do want game. Then we need... I think it's like that, yep. Okay. I think for spell, I don't want the game to remain paused. I want the game to unpause, but then I want it to, let me just check something real quick. Insights game state pressed. Switch game states. Instance default is just break. Pre-game. Oh, okay. So this is toggling it off. That's actually good. Let's see. How can we set the time scale in Godot? I was kind of afraid of that. Alright. We'll just test it with engine time scale. We'll do a divided equal to. So half speed. Let's test that. And I think we should be able to test it. I think we'll even be able to cancel out of it. Godot, please build. Thank you. We need a spell to be able to test this. Okay. Now if I click this. Interesting, a lot of things broke. I can't do anything now. Oh, I bet it affects animation players and stuff too. Well, shit. We'll create do that. Then in entity, which most things inherit, actually everything inherits from this. And then here, do I want to do that every, I don't want to do that every physics process. I can do that in the move and idle states. Yeah, I should do that in the move and idle states. Minimize that so I can see recording. Resource manager.instance.timescale. Yeah. And then I think I need to do the same thing for idle. Times resource manager. Wrong resource manager, but I can go ahead and type it. Some managers. There we go. That should just affect movement now. And then in card, we'll do resource manager.instance.timescale equals 0.5. That's gonna make brutes look like they're hard. Like, brutes already move slow. These are going to, this is gonna make it look like they're static. Why? It definitely subtracted it, and it's not affecting that timer. Oh, did it? Ah. I wonder if it's... No, because that should reset the timer back. Let's search gamestates.spell in the game. If you see a question mark, it's a no coalescing operator. If you're just saying it, yeah, me too. Later, yeah. Like I said, all the art has to be redone. There's still a lot of work left to do. Yeah, these are the only two places it appears. And then here, it's just if action is back. Set the game state this game. Let's go ahead and print the card type. Oh, no, it's fine. I understand. My phone has an Arabic keyboard on it too, and half the time I'll mess up when typing, and have to retype my message. Card model.card type. I wonder if OnPressed has a special case for another game state. Yes, it does. I could OR this a bunch. Or I could just do not equal pregame. Which I think is really what that's supposed to be about. Or I could do game state in. Or acceptable states. Let's do that. States array. Acceptable states. Pressed. Yeah, there it is. Thanks, Link, even though you're a little slower than doing this normally. Not slow enough to matter. That's our issue. Let's try that one more time now. I'm betting that I could open the debug console there, though. Because even though the game was paused, that's still a valid state for the debug console doesn't care. Okay. So with any luck, I should be able to open this, click that, it disappeared. They're moving at half their speed. They're not, but that makes sense. And then if I open this again, does it? Interesting, so it breaks if I hit it twice. I wonder what state it thinks it's in. At that point. I opened it. Oh, it's just defaulting out. I think summon button has like a hide function. Mouse enter, mouse exit. Player.q close, okay. But it does have a toggle catalog that is public that it can just call. And that's the card catalog. Okay, yeah, and this just hides it if it's showing. Yeah, so I should just do default for to toggle cards on summon button. Where is card? If you're in Sweden, what's Sweden like? I am not well traveled, unfortunately. I think that'll work. It'll screw up animations a little bit, but it should be fine. It's because it doesn't know this state. I think you can do now, though. Yeah, you can. So I can actually account for that here. I'm going to add that to the debug console. I'm trying to leave when I can get enough money. Can't do anything I want to get done here anymore. That's fair enough. Debug console instance right error. Unknown state, and then game master dot instance, not game state. All right. Cool. The debug console doesn't care about state ever, so I can just hit it and view these messages if something weird's happening. Me being anal. On press should on pause. Yeah, so that should be fine. Excuse me. My coffee is running low. Too early in the morning for that. I say it's 1:30 in the afternoon. Alrighty. Perfect. Alright, so now I need a... I'm gonna create a few inputs just to make this obvious, and they will be separate. So we're going to have... So we have grab already on left mouse. Probably a bad practice, but... Cast. Place trap. These are also going to be left mouse. All right, so whenever we enter that state, we should then in level master be checking if this is the card. Where is level master? That. Case. Input dot is action just pressed. This would also let someone for accessibility reasons bind it, or just like setting up macros if you wanted. Just kind of nice to keep those two things separate. So then we can do another switch case on the game master dot instance dot game state. Game states dot spell. No, Game Master is something I made. I code this in a weird way. For one, I'm using C#, which is already a little odd in the Godot community. Second, I code kind of like I'm still working in Unity. I worked in Unity for years, and I still do monogame a lot. So Godot is what our company uses. Because of that, I use Godot in stream. My favorite thing to use, honestly, is monogame. I fucking love monogame. Monogame's great. But Game Master is this root class that if I pull up any of my Godot projects, you will see this class or a variant of it. And it is a partial class that's a Node 2D or a Node 3D. My VR games use this too. The same architecture. And then it has one static variable that is an instance of itself with a private setter. And then a ready function that sets its instance. And then I have a scene manager class that all of my games use too, that has a root that gets set to the game master. And effectively, the game master always exists. There is not a single way in the game to not have the game master be the root node. It is always going to be the root. And then scene manager will swap out children for the game master. So the game master, the scene manager is just a static class that takes in a scene. And then if I open my Godot project, I can scroll down here. We have the scenes folder that has card swap, game, and game menu. Card swap should be removed. It's not being used as a scene anymore. Originally, I thought I was going to have it be its own thing. It didn't make sense. Instead, it's just a child within the game scene. It's that. And then there's the game. But this, because I wanted it to animate in and out, it didn't make sense to have this be on its own thing, and this game's light enough that it's not like it's going to hurt anything to just have it always there. I could instantiate it in and cache it if I wanted. The scene manager does a few cool optimization things for me too, like scene caching. So it caches away the packed scene in a hash map so that if I go to load that scene again, I've already got it. I can just recreate it, and it's very easy. Sometimes you'll see like root control stuff here. A lot of times, though, the control is handled by the node itself. So, like, my debug controller is what handles if I hit the backtick key. If I hit backtick and it pulls, you saw that, like, black screen with text come down from the top. That is handled by my, by the debug console itself. And it animates itself in and out of stuff. But that scene always exists. It's a part of the Game Master. So it's always a child inside the Game Master, which is just this. So I worked as a .NET engineer for a warehousing company. I worked there for almost 4 years. Good times, but my job was I was taking a bunch of legacy code written in like VB6 in the 90s and moving it to like C#. I think it was C# 8 at that time. And like modern. It wasn't even modern when we were doing it, but it was more modern than like WinForms in VB6, which I don't even think was called WinForms necessarily at that time. But I moved it to WPF, and when we were doing that, I was going through the old VB6 code, and a lot of it was that the menus were their own windows. The only thing was, like, the developer had created a master window that all the other windows lived inside of, and it controlled the full screen and minimization states. I got called to HR one day to debug a problem that she was having with the old software because I hadn't replaced her stuff yet. And I was really proud of like how the application came out for her. That was really awesome. It had this cool like message queuing system. I implemented a OCR system that would read training documents and pull relevant data out to autofill forms for her if she just uploaded the PDF, and then it uploaded a copy of the PDF and all of the relevant information to the database for her. It did a lot of cool stuff automatically. It even had this really nice like live search feature for employees and their training records and all that stuff. Very neat. Anyways, she calls me to her office to troubleshoot the old software. And she's like, it's not working. Every time I open a window, it goes away. She had been minimizing them, and I go into the application, and there are, and I'm not kidding, there are hundreds of windows that are minimized inside the root application of all of the HR tools. It's a weird feature that for some reason is supported in WPF. It's a button click to set that up, but it's very, very strange to do it that way. And two of the major applications that company used did that. And it frequently confused people. But, yeah, anyways. Spell and trap. So if we click, we need the spell. I need a spell management class. Maximize all hotkeys and see if it explodes. It didn't. There was a maximize all hotkey, I think. I think if you hit like control, I think it was like control B or something, it would maximize all of your windows again for you. And I'm pretty sure the dev put that in there because she was annoyed. I don't know why I never learned why the application functioned the way it did. Like, no one could explain that to me. But it worked. They used it for like 30 years, and then I went in and replaced the majority of it. But I mean, it did function most of the time, and pretty well most of the time. Like, I can't, like, there were weird things about it, but it worked, which I guess is the important part. The big thing I did that like sped it up, I implemented a lot of my like background primarily outside of game development is like I've worked as an automation engineer for warehouses and the DoD. Those are the two like major things that I've done. So like with the warehousing stuff, my main like contribution to all that, outside of just rebuilding the entire user interface and rebuilding every function in a new language, I implemented a lot of automated systems so they could just click a button and then their job was done in a couple of minutes. And as I understand it, they're still using some of that software because I got a call from the guy who does the development over there like a month ago. And he's like, hey, can you like we had a network outage and this tool isn't working and I don't know why. And he explained to me after he told me that there was a network outage, it was easy to figure out what the problem was. Prior to that, he hadn't mentioned it. He just told me the tool wasn't working. I asked him if he had the source code, and he said no. But I'm like, yeah, go into this folder on the share drive. You should be able to see, here's the directory. I'm surprised I still remembered it. And there's a text file there with one number in it. Just bump that number by like 1,000. He's like, really? That's it? I'm like, yeah. I needed to maintain state, and you guys didn't like the whole writing binary stuff. So I wrote out to a text file on the share. If you lost network, if you had a network outage, that file's probably out of sync, and Navision doesn't care. It just cares that the number is unique. That was a weird company to work at. Actually, our writer and I, that's where we met. Was at that company. Cool stuff, though. It was an interesting time. We need back to what I was. It was a lot of fun. I like working on legacy systems. Working in legacy code bases, I think, is one of the most interesting things in the world, because you're looking at code, but for pre-internet, and pre-internet code is always really cool because it was written by people who just needed to solve a problem. They didn't necessarily know the best way to solve the problem. They just needed to get it done. And a lot of my career has been that. When I did DoD stuff, I worked in PowerShell and Java and Python and C#. And the only things that were modern that I did was Python and C#. Like, I worked in Blazor. I did Blazor development and some ASP.NET, and ASP.NET's not that modern. It's a very old framework, but it still works. The Java was really old. The Java predated me. And then the PowerShell, like, predated my birth. And then the PowerShell stuff was old and was written by a guy who wasn't a programmer. It was over 3,000 lines long, and I had shortened it down to... I think I'd shortened it down to less than 2,000 by the time I was finished with it. It was complicated, but it worked. I didn't need to change that from internal to public, but I'm going to. I'm given a Unity project to do pathfinding homework inside, but all the components were set up in a way to make them a huge pain to understand or use. So I either remake it from the ground up or walk on eggshells. Gotta get back to that now that my fever is broken. I'm about to have to do pathfinding stuff. The game right now, everything just moves in a straight line, but I need to, like, move it to A-star once I implement the traps, because the traps are going to create barriers. Moving in a straight line would be fine most of the time, but yeah. A-star is not that bad, though. A-star is not that bad, as long as you have access to the data you need. And Godot has a nice A-star grid node that you can use. So I will probably continue using that at some point. But that will be an off-stream task, because it will not be fun sitting and watching me try to stumble my ass through, thinking. It will not be fun sitting here and watching me try to figure out what the, how to do that, like how to set that up correctly. Public spell, do I have that? Is that a thing? Okay. So I need a public spell to cast. I'm commenting these because I don't know if these are going to be static or not, or even what the class structure is going to look like yet. And then that's going to have a cast function in it that does something. So this probably shouldn't be spelled. It should probably be like I spell. I spell to cast, and then that will be contained. How do I select? How do I do the spell selection? How do I set this? Because the card is what we're clicking, so the card needs to maintain this data. Let's see. Where is that? So this has a card model that has a name in it, a title, a price, a background, and an image. The card model just contains a name, a price, and the card type. And then methods of saving and loading this. All right. So the spell manager should probably maintain like a spell map. So let's create a dictionary. So this will be a dictionary of strings to I spell. And we'll call this a spell book. And we'll just allow people to get that. And then when we cast a spell, we just need to... Casting should take in a vector 2 for the position we're clicking on screen. And then it should just handle its own stuff. This is going to be kind of a pain in the ass to load. Because you can't, like, use interfaces as nodes or anything. So, like, it's not like I can just kind of do this in the engine. I have to do this all through code. That's fine, but it sucks. I might make a file for it, but... just to make the structure a little easier. We'll see. I'm going to go throw a hoodie on, though, because for whatever reason at 2 o'clock, it suddenly becomes freezing in this house. So give me 1 second. Also helps to check on the cats every once in a while. So we'll have a spell book. When we click, we should just... we can just do this. We can do that. We'll create an I spell interface in our interfaces here. That will just have a we'll do a name, a description maybe, and a public void cast, and then that needs to take in something. I think it should take in probably just the position that it should be cast at. So probably vector to POS. Right. That should work. And then we'll just add the using statement for this. Right? That should work. And then in our card, We'll just go spell manager, spell to cast. Dot spell. Ah, this needs to be static. Actually, yeah, I do want that to be public. Because I'm going to set up something with the debug console in a get function where I can just get the entire spellbook and have it show me everything, all the mappings in game. That way it's a little easier for me. So cast vector 2 POS, that's fine. Go up here and do this real quick before I forget. This is something I need to do throughout the entire game. Spell manager dot spell to cast is equal to card model dot name. Debating on whether or not I should save off that. I should. I could use like Roslyn and Reflection to be able to create a new I spell in the dictionary if I wanted. That could be interesting. Could be fun. I don't remember how to do that. It's been a minute since I've done stuff like that. It's been years now that I say that out loud. I haven't had a reason to use Reflection in a while. But it would make it really easy to load stuff. It'd also make it really easy to mod in new spells if you wanted. By just adding card art to a location. Because I kind of want this game to have like a mod interface, because I think it'd be an interesting way to do it. I think it'd be cool to have a mod interface because the system's really, really simple. And then I can have it load in and build off those objects really easily. Either way, that's fine. We're gonna open spell manager dot just saw something. No, that's from an hour ago. That's from a day ago. I have no idea what I just saw off one of my monitors. Spellbook. Spell manager. Dot spell to cast. Dot cast. And then we will pass in the mouse position. Which is just... I think it's viewport dot get... Where is cursor position? Let's open up the card book. Ghost card. This function is never where I expect it to be. Mouse enter. Is mouse button pressed? Get global mouse position. Get viewport, get global mouse position. That. Yeah. Never can remember where that's at. And then we'll do this here because there's no reason not to. Game master dot instance dot game state equals game states game, and then we want resource manager to set back the time. Okay. So our first spell is Fireball, which should be relatively easy. We'll create a spells folder. Okay. So we're going to create a folder for spells. This thing's going to inherit node 2. Why is that open? That shouldn't be in this include. There we go. I hate that that happened. I accidentally created a script there, and then once you delete it, it's still there. And I can't delete the folder because the folder does have stuff in it. It's just not stuff relevant to this. Anyways, okay, yeah, that's fine. Let's go ahead and create our fireball. Fireball is going to be I'm still kind of playing with how I want spells to work because I'm not sure if I want them to be targeted, like they move from the Necromancer out to someone, or if they just spawn and do damage. For now, we're going to just make it spawn and do some damage in the area. Yeah. They don't have it. They have any hurt area. It's not going to have a sprite 2D, I don't think. It will have a GPU particles 2D. Excuse me. Which I'm just going to make it have to have a gradient 2D. And then change this from linear fill to radial fill. 0.5, and we're gonna put that here, and we're just gonna invert it. Right. And then I think I have a shader I wrote for something like this. Scripts? No, I think it, maybe. No. I think it's under resources or assets. Assets. Shaders. Am I crazy? Or do I just need to do new shader material and then load it in? Yeah, that's the problem. Curve, fog, glowing particle. Yeah, that. And then we'll change the color. To a sort of like green color here. Drop the intensity a bit. Up the spray. Something like give that. I kind of like. Welcome back. Nice. How's it going with it? Is it working well? This should explode all of them. And we want something bigger, so let's go like 300. This is going to have a... How was it that this works? Texture, sub-emitters, collisions, process material, new process material. Spawn, position, not a point. a sphere surface. We're gonna drop a... We'll drop a seraphim in here so we can scale this correctly. I'm just hoping it's on the installing update 1%. Device may turn off multiple times thing. I'm just hoping that what I'm doing is good. I'm going to have to do it at some point, and I'm fighting not to. Like, my desktop's the only thing not on Windows 11. My laptop is, and my other laptop's a MacBook. But the one that I do my development on, like, on weekends, even though I don't stream on weekends, I still work on this on weekends. That's why if you show up on a Monday, there's, like, random updates have been done. But, yeah, like, I think me and my girlfriend are probably going to go into town again this weekend and probably work a little bit more, I think. Actually, I might end up at her house this weekend working on Friday. Her dad has to go to St. Louis, Missouri for a math conference. So she'll be watching the dog, and I don't want her to have to, like, do that by herself. That'd be mean. Oh, I went and saw the new Tron movie, Tron Ares. I disagree with most of the consensus that it was bad. I really enjoyed it. I thought it was probably the best Tron movie I have seen since the 80s. I guess there are only 3 to compare to, but I really liked it. I really, really liked it. The special effects were great. I grew up watching the old Tron movie. That's kind of surprising. Tron is... You would probably like Tron. Let me close my email here. Pull this over. So, yeah. Tron is, in my opinion, a great movie. Tron Legacy was made in 2010. This was the last one that they did. Pretty cool. Basically, just like... thinking about what if you could go inside of a computer is kind of the idea. And there are light cycles and all that kind of stuff. The original was 1982. Yeah. Even though you don't know what this movie is, I bet you know the technology being used in this scene because it's used in a lot of video games now. So this movie was disqualified for a Academy of the Arts nomination, I believe is what it was, because they said making computer graphics, doing digital computer graphics was not art. Oh no, not the suit. These are made out of foam. Though they do look a lot like mocap suits. Let's see if I can find Tron 1982 train scene. If I can find it. Damn. I can't seem to get it. This is the only shot I'm finding of it. So in this scene, they're on a train in a computer, on a network. In this scene, there is kind of an overhead shot. You can see the train a little better back here. That's what it looks like. That is where we get Perlin noise from. Ken Perlin, the inventor of Perlin noise, smooth randomization, made it for Tron to randomly generate terrain. He needed to randomly generate a vector surface. And that's how he did it. That's where we get it from. And these are CGI 3D models for the movie. They are made purely with Boolean logic. So just true or false, add and subtract. Well, and now we've got even better stuff like simplex noise and stuff like that. It's really cool. I love the Tron movies. I also love computer history. I'm a nerd. I like that shit. I think it's cool. But yeah, I have loved these movies since I was a kid. Obviously, this one came out like a little over a decade before I was born, but it's still one of my favorite movies of all time, and I rewatch this every few years. Ares is the new one. It just came out. Let's see if there are any good screenshots of Tron Ares. That's a good shot from the movie. It's cool though. The visual effects were just perfect in this movie. I thought they did an amazing job with the visuals, which like they kind of had to. Even like whenever they go into like an 80s computer, it still is like, it doesn't, like it feels out of place because it should, but it doesn't feel wrong. But yeah, I love that shit. That is one of my favorite movies of all time. Arguably, it is what's gotten me into game development. I think there is a way. Reminds me of when I watched the Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse. Yeah, I love the Spider-Verse movies too. That is technologically a very impressive set of films. Just like the tech that they had to just create to make that look is really cool. This is a little bit bigger than what I want. I do want the whole 180 spread. But I think we should go like a minimum of 0. Our maximum should probably be like that. We will give this a texture probably. Let's quick load in. I think it's test PNG because I'm bad. And did a dumb. That's correct. It shouldn't have gravity. Velocity is 0. We'll say it maxes out like right there. Yeah. There's a trans flag in Spider-Verse? I don't remember a trans flag in Spider-Verse. Oh, that's right. That's right. There isn't like a straight, it's not like a straight trans flag, it's a flag, it's a protest flag. I forgot, I never even noticed that. I didn't forget that it was there, I just didn't notice. Did you, so that raises an interesting question. If that's a thing that thing, skip. Yeah, I know that. I imagine the same thing affects video games. Did that affect Cyberpunk? Because there's a trans character in Cyberpunk, and one of the cars that you unlock has a trans flag on the bumper, and I actually never noticed this until like way late in the game. There is one on the dashboard. Which I noticed on... Yeah. No, not that one either. Damn it. I'm not going to be able to find this, am I? No. There's a trans flag on the dash of one of the trucks in Cyberpunk. That's like part of like one of the prominent side quests in the game. And like that whole like thing is like she like is telling you how her and her husband met. And I'm like, oh, you're trans. That was the moment I realized it's hinted at the entire time. And I'm just an idiot and didn't notice in the slightest. Good game, though. I loved Cyberpunk. I thought Cyberpunk was great. Personally. Okay. That really affects the velocity, doesn't it? That's fair. Cyberpunk's really up my alley, and the types of books I like to read outside of educational stuff and RPG manuals, I read like these, which are urban fantasy, so like Chicago, and these, which are sci-fi. This is just like a classic 1980s sci-fi book. I need to read this one. This one I've actually not read. But it's on my bookshelf here ready to be read. I also have a copy of The Hobbit and House of Leaves and all kinds of other stuff over there. Really? Oh. I really like the Silent Hill movies. I like the Resident Evil game. Resident Evil movies. They're bad. They're not good movies, but I do like them. Let's go no influence to a lot of influence. What's that look like? Can I just get like a... and then lower the maximum velocity? It's still falling, which I'm not a fan of. Gravity. There it is. We should also get some radial acceleration. That's not quite what I want. And then we should scale down over time. Give it a second to create the curve. Resident Evil's really good. The games are good, and the movie, I think, is even better. My favorite Resident Evil game is actually an older one that not many people like. At least from what I've gathered. Yeah, Resident Evil Outbreak. This game is far and away one of my favorite games of all time, and it's a great looking PS2 game. Like, I've played this in the last decade, and it's hard to tell that it's PS2. Like, the graphics are shockingly good. Now, that said, it's probably really good because the game still uses static cameras. So this is PS2 era, and the graphics are great, but you don't get control of your camera at all, and the game fully utilizes static cameras, and when you do that, you know how many triangles are ever going to be on the screen at once, so you don't have to worry about lag. You can just pump detail into scenes without caring. No, not pre-rendered cameras, just static cameras. So the environment is rendered live and everything, and you still have bullets and decals and stuff. But much like Crash Bandicoot, the first one, the first Crash Bandicoot game used a moving but relatively static camera, which is why for a PS1 game, this has a lot of fucking detail in it. It's because anything that's not at the edges of this screen just doesn't exist as far as the game is concerned. Because they know what should and should not be on screen at any given time. So they know how many triangles they can work with and how many polygons they have. So you can pump a lot more detail into something like this, which is cool. And I'd be interested to see it done today. Because if you did it today, you could do stuff like the Unreal Nanite tech and stuff like that. And get some super... Yeah, it'd be difficult because of the different resolutions, but you could lock the resolution of your game and just scale it linearly if you wanted. And then you still have the same deal. So it wouldn't be that bad. It'd be interesting. Also, if you worked on it at like a 4K resolution and then scaled it down from there instead of up, you wouldn't have to worry about it at all, because it's always going to, it will run worse. It'll run better at 1080p, but not like it wasn't running bad at 4K. It would just be, I think it'd just be cool. I think it'd be interesting to try. And no one's done this. So, it'd be interesting. I think it'd be cool. I didn't realize until I was writing the script for a YouTube video the other day. Like, I know it's used for it, but I didn't realize that they marketed it. Unreal Engine on their website actually markets that they are used in film and TV, broadcast and live events, animation, architecture, and automotive industries. Like, I knew that they were used in it, but I didn't know they were actively marketing it for it. Yeah, 16 by 9 or something, which is what my games do. My monitor is not 16 by 9. I use a 16 by 10 monitor. You're getting it at 16 by 9. But yeah, if you ever notice some like slightly weird stretching, that's why. It's because I have to scale my monitor for Twitch. Now, OBS does an amazing job at that. So I don't worry about it too much. But yeah, it's really cool to see game engines being utilized for more than just games. I run across people all the time in the IT industry that are using Godot for IT applications, because Godot has an amazing user interface designer. The animations are really easy to set up and use, and you have the full force of C# at your hands and .NET. So if you need to build a Windows app, really easy to do it in Godot. Ah. I want another one of these. Yeah, I did. You can tell a little bit. Not like a lot. But yeah, I've learned a lot about Duolingo, since that's what I'm using to study my Arabic. Its Arabic lessons aren't bad, and they've actually just added a section 3. So that's cool. But let me see here. What am I at? I'm on... Yeah, keep it going. Being very careful not to click a lesson right now. Oh, I'm still at first place right now on the leaderboards for today. But I'm at level 12 on my Arabic. Japanese is a language I love, and I know what it translates to pretty well. I cannot form the sounds for Japanese. That's my problem. Like, my mouth just cannot make the sounds correctly for Japanese, and that's annoying. And I wish I knew why. Marines get stationed a lot of times out in, like, Okinawa. So, a lot of Marines know a little bit of Japanese. And a lot of my friends have taught me just little bits here and there. And, you know, the little bit you pick up whenever you're, like, watching a show. That's like, my German's the same way. The little bit of German I know all comes from, like, watching German television shows that I enjoy. My Hindi's like that too. The little bit of Hindi I know, it comes from watching Bollywood flicks. I said I could hear it and understand what it meant. I don't know what I'm reading. I did read something funny the other day on, I think it was Reddit, that the fun thing about learning a language that uses a different alphabet than yours is they change the font and you're fucked. I'm like, that's kind of true. It's sometimes hard with Arabic whenever I look at it in a different font. I'm getting to the point that I can read Snapchat videos, which is kind of cool. Enough that, like, I can use context and kind of figure out what I'm supposed to be reading, which is nice. Hue variation won't work on this because it's not using white. I know that you can disable rigid collisions. And then if you put like a rigid body in here, they'll hit it. But this isn't like Unity's collisions for particles, which is kind of annoying. Like I can't detect the hit. Yeah. That's annoying. Japanese does so sometimes because Japanese is like all flashy and stuff. And it's so true. Yeah, it is true sometimes. It is true sometimes. Hindi's like that. Hindi's hard to read sometimes. Hindi's difficult to read sometimes. The weird thing that I found with German, my girlfriend, her grandmother is German. Her dad is getting his German citizenship, and if he gets his German citizenship, he'll be a dual citizen for the US and Germany. And then if he gets his German citizenship, she will be able to get her German citizenship. And the weird thing I found with German is the capitalization feels odd. The only thing that feels weird with Arabic is the word order compared to English feels odd. But I like it. I was reading it off phonetically the other night to her dad. I'm like, yeah, if you read it word for word on like what it translates to, without like doing the interpretation you need to, you kind of sound like you're talking like Yoda, just a little. If you just translated 1-to-1 Arabic to English. Ooh, I can do a dampening curve. And then that might look a little better. So let's start at 0, go to 100. And then well, that's not right. Arabic sentence in chat, would you be able to read it? You don't have to sound it out. If it's a simple sentence, maybe. I'm still only on section 2 of my lessons. So let me see what that puts me at if I go to my learning path. I have learned I've done introduce yourself, describe your family, form questions, identify professions, describe universities, form feminine adjectives, and use basic phrases. So like I've completed section 1. Section 1's a lot simpler than that. It really likes the term translator. I don't know why Duolingo likes it so much, but for Arabic, you learn the word translator and the words for a lot of countries very early on. I'm struggling with son, daughter, father, and a little bit with mother. Sir and ma'am, I'm kind of okay with. I'm still getting used to them. I probably the next few days outside of my regular lessons will just go in and doing practice. I haven't learned the entire alphabet. I've learned the good majority of it. But yeah, if you want to try, I will do my damnedest to poorly read Arabic on stream. Where is rotation? Angle. There it is. Boop and boop. And we can do an angle curve. So it's not... Okay, that's not quite what I expect. What if I did this? Let me make that bigger. I can't see. Let's see if my computer has a font that works. You're definitely at the border of what I know, because one of those words there, I only just learned. One of them I don't know. I don't know if it's the font or if I don't know that letter. Hold on, I'm pulling up my phone so I can see my keyboard. And see if I legitimately just don't know that letter or not. I can't translate that. I understand like 5 words in it, or the general gist of them. But there are letters in this that I don't know yet. Specifically, this I've not seen before. I've not seen this before. Oh. It's definitely my font fucking with me, or Twitch is fucking with me. I do know that letter. I've never seen it look like this. That changes things. No, I cannot. I can read bits and pieces, not the whole thing. Sorry. I did look. I did try. One of my friends, Kiara, is from Saudi Arabia, I believe, originally. And she is the person who... I've never seen my name. Huh. Arabic was one of the words... Arabic was one of the ones I got, and thing was one of the ones I got. I've not learned hello yet, which is weird. It's not a word that comes up often enough for me to memorize it. Sorry, 1 second. Yeah. By learn, I mean like I've seen it, but it's not one that has come up often enough for me to memorize it yet. It's on my list. Like, there are a lot of words I've learned that I do not have memorized. I'm at 245 words right now. That's what that's for. Okay. Yeah, that was one of the things I've never seen. You spelt it right in chat, at least. Yeah, that was one of the ones I hadn't seen yet. I also have been shirking the alphabet stuff, which I shouldn't be. I want them to spin, but not uniformly. Woo! My roommate be home. Girlfriend's making me smile. That's funny. I think he's in the kitchen. My coffee's ice cold, and I'm pretty sure the coffee maker's off, so give me a second. I'm gonna go press the power button on that. Surprisingly, it's warm. I'm gonna go fill up my cup. All right. I'll, I didn't forget. I just didn't hit the button. Something really interesting, Ninja. So since I've been learning Arabic, something I've noticed is my dyslexia is worse. Like, worse. No. I purposely just didn't hit it. Yeah, so I have gotten into a thing now where sometimes I will go to read an English word and I will see an Arabic character and it fucks me up tremendously. It's kind of interesting. I don't think that looks too bad. I think it looks fine. And it really should only hit like one. Arabic's the first language I've ever attempted to learn, like actively, that has a different character set. Prior to Arabic, the only foreign language that I had like attempted to learn and learned well was Latin. So learning Arabic's been an interesting change. I think that looks pretty good. What do you think? I think that looks okay. This isn't supposed to be very big because this is meant to be kind of large. Or not large, this is meant to only hit like one or two entities. This should be called Firebolt, not Fireball. Ooh. We're gonna do underscore spell on all the spells. I have a Firebolt node, and I will get confused at some point if I go to add them. Firebolt is what the mages cast. That. Woo! 91%, yay. We need a attack area. This is a bug that has been in Godot for I don't know how long, and it's very annoying. And then we'll do a collision shape. 2D, we'll give it a sphere collider. Increase its radius. Something like that. I think it's fine. We'll do like 50 even. I will say the Arabic has been interesting. I start using Windows 11 and I probably told me to worship. I accidentally opened Copilot on stream the other day. It's the first time I've opened Copilot on this machine. I don't use AI to code, really. Unless it's VBA. If it's VBA, I'm like, fuck this. This is stuff I don't have memorized, and I just can't be asked to do it, honestly. So that's going to be a spell. I think that's fine. We should create... It kind of needs to be a 9 patch, I guess. All spells, I think, are going to be generally circles. I would ask how it works. Yeah, like, VBA is weird. VBA is, like, I remember basic stuff like conditionals, for loops, while loops, all that. Like, I remember that stuff. The stuff that I can never remember is, like, how do you access cells in Excel? That's the only time you use VBA is if you're coding for an Office application. And it doesn't happen very often, mostly because it's disabled by default. Like, I did it to update. I had an Excel application. I needed to put a button in that would update a database. So that required VBA to connect to a database and then update. And then I had... Alright. And then I had a Excel application that needed to take a sheet and convert it to an HTML table to be put into Markdown documents. And I can never remember how to access cells using VBA. Most of the time, I use the C# interop library, which is cool. It's COM automation, which means it's a pain in the ass, but it's cool. I think that this should be, like, instant. Also, maybe a little smaller. Like that, yeah. Alright. We need a way... I'm going to create a folder for spells to kind of create a targeting reticle. It has the same pin code and an image for lock screen. That's good! That means that your upgrade went successfully. If I want to do that, I have to bypass it, which sucks. I understand the purpose of the TPM requirement, but I don't agree with it. I find it very annoying. I need a way to draw a targeting reticle at some point for this. And I'm not sure what the best way to go about that is, because it needs to be kind of scalable, because not all the spells are going to take up the same amount of space, and I don't want Felicia to have to draw a new one for every single thing. No, not really. It's fine. It quite literally what it is it's a hardware security measure. It's really a good thing. I don't agree with making it a requirement, though, for installing your fucking operating system. That's where I have an issue. I think it's actually a really good thing for regular users or to start enforcing on manufacturers. But if I want to sit down and just install the operating system, which I get it, they wouldn't be able to enforce it on manufacturers if they didn't require it. But I feel like I should still be able to sit down and just install Windows on my fucking computer that I built. Like... What about them? That's just a bunch of capital letters at the moment with no context. I should add a wall. I don't think I have a wallpaper set up on my laptop. I think I'm still using the default Windows 11 wallpaper. They're all fine. Oh, okay, good. Good. There is a feature that was removed from Windows 11 that I hate was removed. There used to be. So you can go in here and then, oh, what is it? I think it's, yeah, like I can right-click a folder and then, like, pin it to my taskbar, basically, if I wanted. I don't remember where in this menu it is. Pin to quick access. That's not it. That just pinned it over here to quick access. That was an accident. No, there's a way to pin this down here to your like taskbar, and that doesn't exist in Windows 11 and pisses me off because I used to use it extensively for automation scripts. Good. Good. I'm going to look into it at some point. I need to. I haven't yet. I should. Let's do a quick Google. Canvas later, control node, renders above, yeah. Set the control node full rect to expand the entire screen. Add a new script to the control node, scripting the reticle, define variable export, variables, yeah, reticle size, reticle color. Override to perform custom drawing. Oh, this, I wondered what this was for. Cool. So this would let me... That's a thought. That was my opinion the first time I used Windows 11. This feels odd. Because even macOS, like, it's in the center, but it spans most of the screen. At least at most sizes. You can change it. That was not a thing originally. It was very annoying. Pissed me off. This is another thing I need to do. Off-screen target reticle or target stuff. I have an idea for a spell called Clairvoyance for the game that'll let you, when you cast it, it'll be like a one-off, like you click it and it just casts. I should check that. In the card. Because some spells are just going to be instant casts. But Clairvoyance is going to be one of those where it's like, once you cast it, it'll start showing you the angels coming from the side so you can better prepare for the oncoming wave. Okay, so this honestly seems pretty okay. There's a lerp function. And I'm assuming this looks to be 3D. Would be my guess, because we have 3 arguments, unless this is a time. This is probably time, actually. And for us, we just do 1. That's a simple crosshair. Okay, so there is a draw circle method. Size divided by 2. Okay. So that might be usable. Let's try. Let's try creating a targeting overlay. So we need a targeting overlay. We need, I guess, a color rect was what it was saying. Right? Layout full rect. No, just the control node. Okay. Yeah, so it's just this. That's interesting. Set it to custom, set it back to full rect to make sure it actually sets it. The real test comes when I launch on Unity. Let me know how it goes. Hello, this came from Windows 11 now. The saturation is higher. What the fuck? Oh, yeah. I could do without a bunch of the operating system animations. The only animation I want is to drag my window around. By the way, this is a group policy thing, and I hate it. I hate that that's like a group policy. Okay, good. Putting things back where they're supposed to be. It's annoying. Oh, you're gonna... Okay, cool. Yeah. I hate that, like... It's called, like, wiggle to hide or something in group policy. I can't remember. Shake to hide, I think. It's a group policy that's on by default, and all it does is annoy the hell out of me whenever my computer's bugging out. Because whenever it inevitably stops bugging out, all of my windows minimize. It's extremely annoying. And for some reason exists. I'm not happy about it. We'll go ahead and create a targeting overlay script in the UI folder. So let's do public override draw. And then there's a draw circle. And it takes in a position, a radius, and a color. And whether or not it's filled. And by default, that's true. So let's draw a circle. Does this happen every frame, I wonder? Good. Get viewport. Not get mouse position. And then we'll give it a radius of like 50 to test. And in color is an enum, or it's a struct, but it contains from HV, HSF. Can I give you just RGB values? We'll do HSV. Okay. Color 8. That's what we want. And then, I don't know, 255, comma, 0, comma, 0, 255. And then, filled is true. We want filled to be false. We want width is a negative, then 2. If width is negative, then 2 primitives will be drawn instead of 4.1s. This means that the canvas item is scaled. The lines will remain thin. If this behavior is not desired, then pass a positive width like 1. Transparent half feathers. Okay, that's fine. Hello, welcome. I'm sorry the saturation bothers you. You might be able to fix that. I don't know how. I can't give you advice. I can tell you good luck. And I wish you the best. Like, that's what I can do. Hey, thanks for the follow. I think we just need to pass a positive number here. We'll do like 5 for testing, and we'll set anti-alias to true. So it feathers the edge. And then we'll set this to have a really high z-index probably for ordering, and then drop it somewhere. Well, actually, we can just play this one scene, and then we just need to save it. Alright. I think this will work. As long as you believe in luck, it does. I think luck probably real. Okay, cool. But it only does it once. That's annoying. It doesn't redraw it. I could make... That is what I want, though. So that works. So, let's see. Draws called once. Called when the canvas item has been requested to redraw after key redraw is called either manually or by the engine. Let's see if this exists. Score physics process. Hey, look at that. Can I just do redraw? Q redraw. During idle time, if canvas item is visible, draw is sent, and canvas item draw is called. This only occurs once per frame, even if the method... Okay, cool. So even if the method's called 100 times, it won't, like, bug out. So let's see. Maybe? Maybe we good? Hey! It's a little laggy, but that's okay. That's nice. And then I'm gonna set up we'll set up some inputs temporarily. Scale up. Nice. Glad you fixed it. And scale down. So much better. Nice. Scale up is mouse wheel up. Scale down is going to be mouse wheel down. I do not know that this is the best way to accomplish what I'm doing, but it will work, and I don't have to deal with everything else. Excuse me. Input dot is action just pressed. Scale up to a thing. Else if. I will say something that has fucked me permanently because I code in C# primarily is how I type if and else statements. C#'s the only language that style guide tells you, hey, yeah, your else should be on its own separate line. Like, everything should be on its own line. It's the only language that does that, and it's permanently fucked me. Because now, I just flip-flop between both of them, and it's never correct. And then we'll do... Is this an int or a float? It's a float, so... public float... radius. I meant to make that private. Equals 50.0f. This isn't even going to stick around. Well, not in this sense, though. Radius. Yeah, 85's fine. Yeah, the spaced else if kind of fucks me up too, coming from Python, where Python it's this. It's elif. I didn't code in Python for like 2 months a few years ago. Went to type in else if statement and was like, why isn't this working? Yeah, 85's fine though. That means realistically your operating system's using about 50%, so you're using about 25. Scale up is going to do radius plus equals, like, we're going to do 0.25 increments. And then we'll just do the exact same. Then we'll do this. And radius greater than 0.25f. Yeah. Okay, let's try that now. I think that'll work. That is good. Hey, and it's scaling up. It's not scaling up quickly, but I told it not to, so that's perfect. Nice. And then that shrinks nice. Good. Okay. My only takeaway about the UI being clunky with Windows 11 is I don't like that they applied a corner radius to every fucking window. That annoys me. I do think it maybe looks a little better, but it does bother me for some reason. Probably autism, if I had to put a word to it. Other than that, I think that it's fine. But it's mostly fine to me because I don't use the UI for anything. Like if I go to if I need to open something, I type it and then just hit enter. If I need to open Windows Explorer, I don't go down here and hit the File Explorer icon. I hit Windows E, which just opens a new one. Like, if I need to run something, I do that. If I need to close it, I do this. I don't... Oh, that's interesting. Huh. Wonder why you didn't have that, because even for me, that's an option. Like, I think I can do... Yeah, I can open an MP4 with Visual Studio right now, and then hit open anyway. Yay, MP4. It's useless binary data to me, but MP4. Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. That makes sense. I should have the ability to pass a color into this. We'll do public float radius. And then we'll do a get set and a minimum. Of like 50. And then this will just be capital R. I want a color. So we'll do a public color. Get set. And we'll set it default to red. God, yeah, that's something that we've thought about with our games is localization and fonts. You just, I don't know why, but you did remind me about that. We've had a lot of font discussion here lately. Because our artist, Felicia, she's a graphic designer by trade. She works for an agricultural company. And they're having issues where Monofont is pulling licensing for a bunch of fonts and then trying to sue people for using those fonts. And it came up in discussion for all of us. Okay, how do we avoid this in the future legally? And how do we localize fonts? Like, how do we handle localization for fonts if we make translations of our games? Like, a lot of the early stuff doesn't need it because everything's done through images. And largely, I think that that's the answer, is you don't do it through text, you do it with a picture. But yeah, it's a thing we've been thinking about. And Felicia said that she wants to get into, like, making her own fonts, so that could be cool. If she did that, that'd be nice. I'll leave the if statement. Though not for this reason. We're going to cue the redraw in here. And then, instead of the if statement asking for input, we're going to do is visible in tree. So we're just asking if this is visible. Then do that. And then I need to do a thing where I show or hide appropriately. Like, let's do this. We'll go public override ready. And then we'll do instance is equal to this. I really should use code generators for that, but I'm not. So public targeting overlay instance get and then private set and then static. All right, so we can do that. And now let's just call hide and show on this. By default, it'll be hidden. And then we'll add this to Yeah, I know. That's what I just said. I need to do that, and I've not. A thing that we've discussed is building like a core code library. Largely, it's actually going to come out of this game. Is to build a Gilded Goose core that I go through and I build the shit that I should have built for this but haven't. And then we now have that available to us for all of our games. Like, the scene manager. The scene manager does not change between games. We use the same fucking scene manager for every single game. And it, for what it does, is perfect for what it's needed for. Our utilities code. This utilities code is useful for every single game. I learned that I don't need that. Godot keeps track of its own random. Normally, I use this, though, and just keep the one random object and reference it as needed. I don't need to, so that's nice. Calculating a target vector. This is something I have to do regularly and normalize it. I don't like having to remember the subtraction, the order of operations for the subtraction. So I just created a function for it. Checking if something's on screen and giving it the target. These would need changed. Like, well, not that one, but these two would need changed. Or I would have to set up the screen bounds or get viewport. Works too. Yeah, ours would be Gilded Goose core. Gilded Goose.core, probably. I need to do it. It's on the list of things. I have, on top of this to-do list that you see, I'm not going to open it for other reasons. There's this one. And this is also filled with shit for me to do eventually. One of the things we're going to be building and selling, and I'm not excited for it because I don't want to do web development, but I have to do web development, is, nice. I need to do... Oh, everyone on this team is a little bit neurospicy. I have autism and ADHD. Our writer has ADHD. So we all have a hard time keeping schedules. So, that's also why the streams start around 10 instead of at 10. They start somewhere between 9 a.m. and 11 to 12 p.m. usually, because I have a hard time maintaining that schedule. And then I stream for 5 hours or whatever, which is cool. But because of that, I've been asked if it would be possible for us to make a planner app that like gave you like a little bit of a dopamine hit for accomplishing your projects. I'm like, yes, we can do that. And then it's grown. Our artist actually has designed most of it by herself. She's been working on this massive Obsidian doc. She showed me the graph for it, and the graph for it's more intense than this. And this is just the graph for YouTube and the game. So, yeah, it's gonna be crazy. But I need to do web development for that project, and I don't want to. God, I hate web development. I may hate web development because I don't like HTML. I've never worked with like a super modern framework outside of like Blazor. Yeah, good luck. I have not worked intensely with any modern framework outside of Blazor. The only other frameworks I've worked with are React and Angular, and I've done a little bit of Vue. And I was just helping. I wasn't actually working in them. So I don't know if I don't have enough information to say that I like or dislike them. I'm thinking for our planner app, I will probably do it in React.js. And I will probably stream it outside of the security stuff, because it will be a website and it will be a thing that we sell on a subscription model for other people to use, which is cool. I like that. I like the idea. I like the money-making potential there, especially as like a project planner for people with ADHD and autism, stuff like that. That's a really good thing. It's a very useful thing to have. I feel a little guilty selling it because I feel like you're preying on people, and that's not good. You shouldn't do that. That's bad. But at the end of the day, I also need to eat, and I don't have a lot of money to my name, and I don't have a job at this exact moment outside of this. So it's one of those things where I'm not stoked, but it has to be done, and it will be eventually. Alias is true. We're gonna drop that thickness down to like 1. And I'm gonna run this again and kind of play with that. But yeah, that's a whole thing that I have to deal with at some point, is doing web dev. That looks better. I don't know why you're still following the cursor. Oh, it's because you're visible in tree. That's right. Alrighty, well, have a good rest of your day. It's like 8 p.m. for him. One looked good. See ya. And then we'll just show or hide it dynamically. We'll default it to hidden. Save it, and then close it because it doesn't need anything else added. Ooh, that's a good idea. Sorry. Draw if is visible in tree, redraw. If we input dot action chest pressed cast, then we hide. GameMaster.instance.GameState. There we go. And then we'll add that to a using statement so it doesn't take up so much space. Cool. Got that. Oh, good coffee. All right. That should fix that. That also should take care of the show hide thing. And then in level master, or should do it in probably card. And then we'll also have to do it in level master a little bit. Yeah, so here we need to do that, and we need to do targeting overlay dot instance dot hide, or show, not hide. And that'll start showing us our targeting overlay, which is cool. That'll help us out. And it shouldn't act as... Yeah. Yeah. That should be fine, I think. So that should show it, and then In Level Master, because I let you cancel out of the action, we need to... Yes. That... Action, spell, instant press. Yes. And then, yeah. Targeting overlay dot instance dot... And then... Hide. Right. So, I think what that'll do... Oh, I've got to actually add it to the game scene. At the moment, we've actually not changed anything. Over here in the game UI, we're going to add the targeting overlay. It's going to go in here. And I think that'll be fine. Yeah, I think that'll be fine. And it should just inherit. Yeah, I think that'll be good. Let's check. Hit play. We want a fireball. That should be called Firebolt. Whatever. It's fine for now. I want to up our bones. Full screen this. Set bones for like 10,000. Very happy I built that yesterday. Alright. So that gets pulled up. And we get a targeting reticle. It's not redrawing where it should. I don't know why. Interesting. Left clicking is causing that error in the debugger. So let's see why. Ah. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. 7-button instance pressed, hide. Yeah, cast this. Excuse me. All right, we'll do that. And then gotta wait for the wave to disappear. That's one of the reasons I have to like look into. Yeah, so that's not going where it should. I don't quite know why. Is visible in tree. You should cue a redraw. Is there a way to do this just in physics process? There is. I'm betting that this just causes it to overlay it over and over and over again, which isn't good. But we'll check it. No. Why? Did you not... I wonder if it did that by accident. Sometimes it can do this thing where it, like, ends up locked in on the top left, even though it shouldn't be. Which that's maybe what it looks like, but not really. Oh, yep, that was exactly what it is. It's still not moving, so it's not queuing the redraw. which isn't great. We didn't get an error, right? No. Debug console.instance. Right, output. This is an optional variable that lets me tell it where it's coming from. I could do like object sender, but I don't want to. Targeting overlay. It's like it's not actually... The thing is, like, we tested it on its own, it was fine. Excuse me. And it's clearly visible in the tree. Is it just not? Hold up. What? It is visible in the tree, though, isn't it? That's the debug console. Game. Canvas layer. Game UI. Targeting overlay. Node is present in the scene tree. Its canvas. Visible property is true. What? If any ancestor is hidden, this node will not be visible in the scene tree and therefore is not drawn. What the hell? Okay. Let's do this. All right. It has no children. And the game UI is visible. See? Okay, and it's just not writing, so it's not getting called. What the fuck? Well, game, canvas layer, game UI, targeting overlay. Right there. I wonder if physics process doesn't get called. But it should be. Only called if physics process is enabled, which is done automatically if this method is overridden and can be toggled. Set physics process to true. Try it. Don't think I should need to. Don't think I should need to at all, but we'll see. On the plus side, if it works, if we get this working today, and we will, like, I don't stop streaming until this is done. Yeah, no, it's still not. Okay, what the fuck? click on this either. But I bet if I run this again just from itself, it'll be fine. Like if I do this, well, that's not gonna work. I had to make it visible first. Do I need to make it visible? Oh, wrong button. Learned the other day, Godot has this whole like screen record mode for trailers and stuff, which is cool. Okay, so it isn't doing it now. But it's a different problem. That's a different issue. We should have seen those errors if, like, that was the case. Yeah, so that's fine. Still getting errors. What's not set to an instance of an object? Game Master. That's also fine. I wonder if it's doing... Returns true when the user has started. You know what we can do? We can change this from on press to on release on the card. Otherwise we'll need to change how processing works. Or we could do like a click and drag. Both are possible. I don't know what the best control scheme there is. We're going to change this. It is on button released. Could just set for spell processing and level master if when the action's released, if the state is spell, to then show it and do everything. I guess that kind of makes sense to do it there too. But that should have hidden it. What's our game state when that happens? I feel like this is a state machine issue. So when we do this, Oh, I'm not able to click through because this is over top of this UI element. Let's go into game real quick and hide that. It probably shouldn't be over top of those UI elements, but give it a second. We can do this. Did I not put that in? Command parser. Yes, this is bad. It's just get state. Okay, so the state's game right now. And it shouldn't be. The state should be spell still. Which means that's getting triggered and it shouldn't be. Debug console.instance.write output released level master. And I'm betting what we'll see. Go ahead and press stop real quick and put that targeting overlay under these. And its Z index doesn't need to be higher than anything. So did I change its Z index? No. And visibility? Just that it's not visible. Okay, cool. I'm betting what we see is whenever I click a spell card, it changes over to... It immediately changes over to game state. So... Three. Yeah, and 4. So it did run it. Real quick, let's see. Let's do this. Real quick, just to make sure that it's doing the right thing, because it shouldn't process that unless the state is set. We could make it like a minimum number of clicks. Yeah, so nothing. And nothing. And then spell/trap release on the second click. Huh. So it just isn't processing that location. Send it to game. Are we setting the... In the card, are we setting it correctly? Or am I misremembering things? Game state and spell. Targeting overlay.instance.show. That's correct. So we're running through all this. And then we're doing this on pressed. Visible in scene tree, queue and close. And we call toggle catalog, which toggles catalog in the card catalog, which just will play hide cards. Still nothing to do with game state in here. Yeah. Also, this should be replaced. There's a utilities function for this. gd.print. We're gonna just print out real quick to the console. Spell selected. Then over here in Level Master, where it should do all this. Thing is, it's not running that. All right. And in targeting overlay, we don't actually have to do this because we're doing it in this Level Master. Time to skedaddle. Liz in the morning. Good luck with bug closing. Thanks. Have a good day or good evening. Spell selected, and then nothing. And but if I set spell trap plus get state, we're in the game state, right? Yeah. I wonder why. Okay. Yeah, so it is doing what I want. I'm not sure why it's not redrawing, though, because it should be. Let's change from physics process to just process. No. You're just not redrawing. Why are you not redrawing? Do I have to... Let's do a Google. Time to do a Google. Property. Excuse me. I wonder if I have to trigger the redraw on something else. Draw maps in my project. Let's see. Wonder if it makes more sense. And then we'll use size full of 80, 720. And then that should be fine. If I turn visibility on, we should, yeah, it outlines it. This is probably not the right way to do this, but I just want to see if it'll work at this point. Yeah, that does work. So it's an issue with the fact that it's a child of the canvas layer. Okay. So, means it's failing the is visible in tree. Okay, so let's just check its visible property. And then put it back in here. Below the grave counter and the summon button. And now, let's see, does that work? This is why we need to put animation trees in. No. Okay. I can make it its own thing. I don't want to. But the game UI and the canvas layer are both visible. And the visible property is true. It's just not redrawing it. kind of can be its own thing. Let's do that. We'll do that. That's fine. That'll be okay. We do want it to kind of draw. Over everything, except maybe the fog. I guess I could have just made it like a child of a canvas layer and then made that a child of a node 2D in its own thing, and that would have worked. Okay, so we have a target reticle now. It's under the summoning circle, which isn't great, and it's under all the graves. But that makes sense because of where I put it. Well, no it doesn't. Its Z-index needs to be higher. It's visibility, it's ordering. But it's like 5. Turning off Y-sort. Doesn't make sense to use Y-sort on this. Alright, let's see. And do we have a functioning target reticle? Hey, and it's over stuff. It's over all the things. Except for the UI elements, which is what I wanted. It's over these? Yes. Good. Alright. Now, instead of this whole rigmarole, we want the spell... iSpell needs to have a different thing. We'll do public void we're gonna do a spell type, so we're gonna do public spell type get set, and we'll call it spell type. This will be an enum we set up, and there will be targeted there will probably be targeted AoE. Let's see, we have targeted, we have AoE, and then we'll probably have a brain, foggy, what the hell. Targeted AoE and instant. God, instant. And then if it's instant, it'll just call cast, so we can just do setup in it. And then that will have its own. Okay. We can create in the spell manager, we'll have a prepare spell thing, and where we pass in the string, and we'll do that from the card. Yeah. So, spell type, cool, and then we'll do an enum. I have a folder of all my enums. I don't like having enums in classes. They are their own things. I see a lot of people do it. I just, personal opinion, I prefer having a dedicated file. So spell type, public enum, and then we're just going to have instant. Targeted. And then AoE. Now, targeted and AoE are probably going to be the same thing. But targeted might also spawn something. I haven't decided yet. So we're going to leave them separate for now. And AoE might prepare a dot or add the spell to like a spell checker kind of thing that checks the spell every once in a while to see if it's expired and then despawn it in the spell manager. Whereas targeted might just be like you click it and it casts it and then whatever happens. So like our firebolt. The instant one is going to be for stuff like premonition, I don't remember what I said premonition should do, but probably for like premonition and magnetizing presence maybe, and Gravequake, that kind of stuff. Because Gravequake's going to be an instant cast. Mesmerize might be an instant cast. I need to create a way in the cards, and I will have to tell Felicia this to signify what spell type it is. Because the card type is determined by the color. So the green cards are all trap cards. The bluish cards are all... I'm colorblind, so bluish. Bluish cards are all spell cards, and then the orange cards are all summons. There is meant to be quite a few of each. I don't have a lot of traps. Effigy is the only other trap I've thought of yet, and I'm not sure what else. I need ideas. These are the summon types that we have. The bomber and the mage are all implemented already, and the brute. Corpse harvester I think is going to be kind of cool. It involves me making a corpse, but it could be interesting. I like the idea of doing an astrologer class. I accidentally created that file. Now it's got to go into the cards folder. The skeleton druid I think is going to be cool. The druid I kind of want to do like a projectile spell that when it hits it, it applies slow and maybe wraps the angel in a vine or something. I haven't quite decided how that'll work. Alternative was like doing a AoE spike trap sort of deal, like because it wouldn't have to care about barriers. The mages and stuff, you have to care about barriers because their spells move in... They do a magic missile. So they'll be able to collide with barriers. The druid would be a way around that, but I could make it more expensive than the mage and the wizard and the lich, or cheaper than like the lich, but more expensive than the wizard or the mage. And then you could have like a barrier blocking off damage from you, and then you could have a couple of druids on the other side. They're like touching the ground and then causing this like vine spike or whatever to appear underneath the enemies and do some damage. But that's kind of the thought so far. For now, I want to get the spells in, because the spells the status effects are what's going to be weird for them. I think I need to have a way of like doing a status handler, but I haven't quite decided. I have a slow status effect already built. Let's see here. I haven't used it yet, so we'll go ahead over here. Scroll all the way to the end. Open the Firebolt spell. Got our attack area. It's none of these. We need to create a new actor type. Actually, no, your spells probably shouldn't affect you. So player probably makes sense for the attack area. And then we'll make, we can make healing spells, enemy spells, so that you could heal yourself, because they would affect player NPCs. That's an easy way to do that, actually. So we'll do a Firebolt spell. It goes in scripts, spells, and then it is a ice spell. We'll change this to be spell name. Godot has a name variable on every node, so you kind of need to account for that. And I think that's fine. What am I missing here? Why do you care? Firebolt does not implement interface member. I spell a spell name. Implement interface interface because... Oh, it's because it's not public. There you go. This might be useful later. This is mostly preparing for the future. Well, it's 25 damage. We'll make that a public... export or float. Damage get set. Stroking it out there. There we go. 25F. And then over here we can make this interpolated string like that. And then do damage like that. That should work. Not implement interface member spell name. How does it not interface member spell name? Oh, did I not make it public? I didn't. Big dumb. Though I shouldn't have to type that. I think if I don't though, it makes me do the fully qualified name. Really? That's your issue? Alright. Okay. Hi! It's going good. It's going good. The vector 2 position, that's going to be easy enough to do. This is going to be spell type dot targeted for now. And then when you cast it, you're not a node 2D. Huh. I open attack area real quick. Area entered attack question mark dot invoke. Attack is the event handler. And then you pass in this and null. How am I using that in other places? Sure, we'll open up a lightning area. Hit area, that's what I want. Yeah, because that contains a damage variable. Alright. Yeah, I'm dumb. That shouldn't be an attack area, that should be a hit area. This is easy to fix. How are you doing? Hit area, T-scene, yep, like that. Move it up here. We're gonna set its transform to 0, 0. And then we're gonna move this as a child of it. Attack area tells us that we can attack something. Hit area is actually the doing damage bit of that. Just kind of forgot about that a little bit. So we've got a hit area. This will need a reference to the hit area. So that does mean that we'll need to keep them. Can you instantiate a copy of yourself? Can a node instantiate itself? What is that? That's resource. Loader. Dot load. Has a couple of overrides. First one takes in a path. Second one also takes in a path. Okay. So this will need just what the I spell is. So let's go into iSpell and create a public string, not spell ID, but spell path, right? And then over here, this is not a node 2D. Doesn't know what a node 2D is, doesn't care. And we're gonna actually remove this script in the end, so that's fine. Dot load spell path dot instantiate node 2D of the spell is equal to that. And then spell dot global position equals pause. And then we need to do... I feel like I'm missing something here. I should check the scene manager probably. Yeah. Add child call deferred, add root call pack scene cache resource loader dot load. Pack scene. That's right. Okay. A lot of my stuff I keep cached, so I don't do this often. And then dot instantiate as a node 2D. And then we can set its position. And then we just... we need a spell container. We'll create one. We'll create a spell container up here in the managers. Same thing we do with like spawn points and graves and all that. So, class, spell container, public. This is going to inherit from a node or an implement, inherit, yeah. Class, partial. And then we will do a public static spell container instance, private set, Public override void. Void is correct, but underscore ready. Instance equals this. And then this will track all the spells, so we'll just do a public. We'll do a public list. We'll call it an iCast spell. It's going to be capital C. It's going to be just a get method because we don't want to set this. Now, I understand you can always just clear it anyways, but... And then an interface for a cast spell is going to be pretty simple. It's just going to have like a should despawn and a despawn. And then that's going to be set up on each one as to when this happens. It'll determine this itself. So public interface iCast spell, and then public void, we'll call it despawn, and then that's it. That's all it's going to be there. For now, we're not using this for anything. Eventually what we'll do is use this to determine like effects, like removing effects and stuff, though the entity may do it. We'll see. We need to add the using statement for interfaces. That's all good. And then we just add the child, add it to as a child to this. So then we can just go spell container dot instance dot add child spell. Ta-da, we cast the spell. That's cool. That makes this easy. And then we'll go in here and we will remove this script. And in here, we will set up the path to it. That path's going to be an interpolated string. And then we're going to do path slash, and then probably, is it firebolt underscore spell? Yeah, all lowercase. Firebolt, we're not. Firebolt underscore spell dot tscn. And then in here we'll do paths dot spells. And then we need to go into paths and actually set this up because we don't have a variable for that. We'll do it here. Prefabs, spells. And these are just consts that I use regularly for spawning things in whenever I need to. Make sure that that's in the right location. We'll do firebolt underscore spell.tscn spells. Good. Good, good, good. And then this does need to do on this thing's end. This'll, yeah. So we need to bind to this signal finished. Because when it spawns in, it'll spawn in starting. So once it's over, we want it to queue free. So we want that gone. Now, there are other options. We could spawn a bunch of these and put them off screen. And tell them to stop casting. That would be technically more efficient, and we might do that later. That's kind of what we do with anything that fires a lot, but since this is like kind of like a one-off, you click it and you're done, I'm not too concerned. And then we'll call this that. It goes in there. We do need you to have a script because we do need you to finish. Okay, like that, and then we'll do in scripts, spells. I'm not a fan necessarily of how I'm organizing this, by the way, but it's fine. It'll be what it is. I cast spell. You're implementing the one thing, which just queue free. Yeah. Yeah. And then here, we'll just bind finished to that. We need to build first. Do that. Give it a second. Tell me I've got an error somewhere. Oh. Huh. I managed to do it without having errors. That's cool. Despawn. Just like that. Connect. And we're done. Right? Right. And we've got our targeting overlay, so that's good. On the card click, we should have a radius. iSpell needs a radius to it. So we'll go in here, add a public float radius. Right, and then we'll go into our firebolt. Not that one, the other one, that one. That should have an error. It doesn't. There it is. Radius get. And what's the radius of our 40? And then like that. Cool. That's all fine. Then I can just go into the wait a second. Did that have an error? It did, because damage doesn't exist. It's 25. We should also set that in the hurt area. 25. Cool. And then we're going to go into the spell manager, spell book. And then I think you can do so like this. Yeah, like that. And then we can do new firebolt ice spell, which takes in nothing. And then this will just contain like a list of all of these. And then for testing purposes, because it's what the card's called, it has to be fireball. But that's fine. Sorry, I'm searching for the name of that. I think it's like that. We'll check out the card book real fast. Now, a smarter person would make a tool to do this. Yeah, just like that. But I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to keep it like this. So fireball has a radius. And then Prepare is what I said that they should all have, which should get called when they start. That's right. So public void prepare takes in nothing, and then we'll go into where is, god damn it. Just gonna put it here, that way I can find it again. Right? And then in our spell container, we can call prepare. So prepare will do targeting overlay .radius .instance. .radius is equal to radius. Not everything is actually going to have a radius. So in our case, this is fine. But I'm going to remove it from being a requirement of all spells. Some things affect the entire screen, and it's really only a function of what kind of spell type it is, so it's not necessary in this case. And then in our spell book, or spell manager, cast, when cast is set, excuse me, we need a private string now, a private static string of spell to cast. You're going to return spell to cast, and then when you set it, this is kind of the important part here. Do this. And then down here, you'll do spell to cast equals value, and then you'll do spellbook. Spellbook value is fine. Dot prepare. Right? Right. So that should work. Ooh. And the targeting overlay shouldn't be shown by level master. It should be shown by the spell, because not everything is going to have it. Right? Should still be hidden correctly, but then we can do targeting overlay dot show dot visible dot instance dot show. Progress, yay. Level master, I'm not gonna search for it up there. Oh, never mind, I caught it with my left eye as I was splinking. Hide is correct. Hide is correct. Okay. So now let's go into the summon button then. And then, not the summon button, I wanted the card. Card book, card book, card. Okay, spell selected. Targeting overlay shouldn't be shown. We should just set spell to cast. And set the timescale. 0.5 might not be enough, but we'll see. Alright. So now I think we can test this. Make sure there's nothing exported here, right? We can build, there's no errors. No errors. Alright. Let's see if it works. Okay. And it didn't do what I expected. Didn't give me an error though either. So let's see. If it's pregame, that's summon. Where's level master again? It's over here. Level master, cast. spell. Oh, I have it commented out. That's okay. Let's try it again. Now that it's not commented out. Got an error. What's the error? Oh, I didn't add the spell container to the game. I went through the process of saying, hey, we're gonna make this, and then I never fucking did it. I should make it the same way I've made these as a scene, but that's okay. We don't need to worry about that. I can export those both as scenes here in a minute. Node. Yeah. Spell container. And then quick load the script. Okay. Third time's the charm. Hey! It didn't despawn. Oh, it's because it's not a one-shot. That makes sense. We should see if it works, though. Maybe. Ooh, is he gonna get close? He doesn't get quite close enough. It's not hurting them either. That's a separate problem from the despawning issue. So let's go all the way over here. Go to the firebolt spell. Damage. Deal damage. Area 2D. Area that is I hurt area. Area the actor. Remove health damage. It is using those, I think, right? There's a hit area, a hurt area. Oh, hold on. There isn't. You have a body, but you don't have a hurt area, a hit area. Well, no, you wouldn't have a hit area. You have a hurt area. Your actor type is player. I help actor, yeah. I don't think that that's correct. I think if we go into here, enemy, yeah. That might be the cause of that. Not sure. We're going to hope that that was the cause of that. And we'll go into here and make this a one-shot. And then we'll wait until we get someone on screen so we can see if it actually hurts them. Worst comes to worst, we'll show collision boxes. Needs to start emitting. We will add that to the ready function. Public void override void underscore ready. We need an export private GPU particles 2D particles get set particles dot, we'll just call restart on it. Restart consistently works. If you call emitting instead of emitting to true, it should work every time, but it doesn't. So we'll build real quick. Go up to Firebolt spell, drop in the GPU particles, save it. I'm also going to go into the debugger and show the collision boxes. Visible collision shapes. $25. Do one of these. This doesn't pause the game, so. Yeah, see? It worked that time. But it's not doing damage to them, and I don't know why. Oh, yeah, I do. I absolutely know why. Yeah. I think player hit area is what we want there. Like if we go over here and we check their hurt area. Yeah. It's been a minute since I set up collision. I hadn't thought about that in a while. That's okay. While we wait on angels to get in. We'll do that. And now, I think these guys will die in one hit. Yeah. Great. And we can just keep casting spells. Cool. The first spells in the game. That's great. Which means we could actually just do a kind of viable run with gravediggers and spells. And then eventually we could have a viable run without any gravediggers, because there will be like an actual necromancer in the game that's running around and digging graves. And that's who these spells will come from. And there will be a spell to dig graves called the Gravequake. Right now, there's not like anything balanced. But that makes me happy. We should add a light to this, because right now there is no light to it. But it works. That's cool. Let's go ahead and do that. We'll do a point light 2D. We'll give it a... I'm actually just going to rip this out of the Gravedigger. Or the Brute. To minions, fire, mage, choose bomber, brute. We'll just copy its point light 2D and then shrink it if needed. Just like... Okay. Love it when it doesn't work. Right click. Copy. Sometimes that happens. It's kind of annoying. Paste. Thank you. And you know what? I don't think that's bad at all. I think that's fine. Because it'll despawn it pretty quickly. Cool, though. That's the first spell, I think, added to the game. Let's see how the light looks in game. And then we'll call it good. Do that. We'll wait for them to get on screen before we cast it. I guess we don't have to. I actually have to disable collision shapes. Bug visible collision shapes. Turn that off. Visible paths is going to come in handy here before too long, which is nice. Okay, cool. That's there. I think we might want to like lower the speed more than what we are. Right now there's still, well, that's not too fast. I think the light on them should fade out as they let's do this. Yeah, I'm gonna add that to my notes as a thing to do. Today. I should just do that on all NPCs. Let's see. So we've got Fireball in. Well, Firebolt. Fireball and Firebolt are basically the same thing. They're just Firebolt's going to be a much smaller area compared to Firebolt, which will be larger. Larger AoEs. So Firebolt's done. Specifically, that part of it's done. Create card isn't done yet, but it shouldn't be hard to do. I guess Felicia's kind of going to be the one doing that. Either way. Yeah. That'll work. We've added the spellcasting game state. Bots. That's fun. Yeah, cool. That's not a lot done, but it is actually a kind of a big task that we got finished. So that makes me happy. Same category. Sorry, looking at something. Let's... Okay. Yeah, that might be it for today, I think. Thanks for watching. Have a good night.